Okay, let's get going. What are we doing today? More storage. Right, where are we? That all up. Found my axe. We need food. Where did I put food? In here as well, look. Why do I not have water? My thirst bar's gone. There it is, it's back. Okay. Right, what are we doing today? This all works. But he's in there. He shouldn't be able to get in there. That's a problem. So we need to fix that. Question is how? Not like that. Sorry, dude. Stair. Where's my axe gone? I'm going blind. Let's get a stair. We're gonna need so much stuff. Okay. First of all, we're gonna need you and you. Na 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 na. Then we need one of you. Don't need you or you. So that's how you got out. So what we'll do is that, right? Now you can still get to that, but you can't get out. That's fine. So now we want... Okay. That should fix my issue. La 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 la. Let's test it with that. That does that one, that does that one. That shouldn't affect it, so we're good there. Okay. So, what's next? We've done those three. That stays. So it's that one next, which should hook up to that one. And then that one hooks up to that one. Okay. Good, good, good. Now the question is, can I do these the same way? No. Because wait, if I had them both back this far, just humour me here a second. That would go there, that would go there, and you would have... Huh. I wonder... if we did it the same way we did this one, would it work? Well, I think first things first, let's go get a new trinket. And let's also see if... I didn't hear... Are you stuck? I think it's stuck. Ow. Really caught my attention. Watching you play made interest in supporting your journey and being part of a growing community. Well, if you want to be part of my growing community, there's a link to a Discord right above what you've just typed. And you can also follow on Twitch. Or you can join my Discord. Right, you're stuck and we don't know why you're stuck. You're stuck because you're annoying is why you're stuck. So can we put water right there, look? That should unstick you. You now take that out, that should close. And now that should start working. Okay. Okie dokie. That had to be separate because of that. So. Right, let's just put all of this away for a second. Pop that in there. Is there anything in here I need? I didn't mean to do that. Shh, nope, let's go. Where did I put my coinage? Or did I put them back in the house? Actually, nope, they're upstairs. I know where they are. Hot cold 2, we'll try there first. I should have brought that, but it's locked again. This is the problem. Oh, at least you're open. Right, so we need... Let's go and get... Okay. Right, let's get on now. I need pictures. Let me find my imagery. Files. Although actually, I don't think that's how we're doing it. We are... Alright, we need comparators, redstone, pistons, redstone blocks, redstone torches, We need books. Do we not have any feathers? Perfect. Okay, let's pop you mainly all back in there. And we need blocks, which should be all in here. 38 will do for now. Let's go. Okay, so next. Is this one. What? So into a block. And into a piston. Okay, I think we can do that. So we've got that. Let's just get rid of that for a second. And we've got get rid of that for a second. Why can I not? There we go. That goes there. I think that goes there. Why is that lit up? No, that's not right. I'm so confused. How did... I don't know if we're going to be able to do it like that. We might be able to. Let's just see what happens here. We'll go back 3. Right, so this stays like that, and then what you're saying, Adam, is you need to go back over here and have a look and see how you did it. I'm just saying, if that's that, Why is that 0? Right, so if we break that for a second. And we had that go into that. This breaks this, right? Water. I probably didn't fill this up, did I? Let's make a hole here. Okay, let's break this, pick that up. Look. Right, so if we do this, that should now work. Where if I was to put that in there, okay, that now all works. That can't be there. That has to be like that. Which breaks this, which is no good. So... So in fact, what you would have to do is break that. I think we can break that. Right. Break that. Okay. Which would mean they're repeaters. Redstone, repeater. And if those are repeaters, we'll now want that and that there. With that and that, which we want we might have to put that like that and that like that. Right? We're going to need more redstone dust. We've got more redstone dust. Perfect. So we go... So I think we're just doing that. I want that block as well. So how do we get that block? I think that's it. Right? I think. So, in theory, we do that. We put these on like that. We go like that. We need redstone. Why is that? It's not on. I thought that was saying 4. So, in theory, put that there. We now need our lectern. We now put this and we sign it, Mr. Adamski. Alright, let's put this to 14. This is the way we should be doing it. Back one, that should output 14, which then means that this should be 0, this should be 0, right? Now, when we go out and change the filters, when the filters get to 15 output, that should come down and do 1 tick. So, let's try now. Which ones are we doing here? Although we're not doing 15, we're going to do... We're going to do something a bit different. Aren't we, Adam? Which should be fine. So, let's take... We're going to need a lot of those. How much wood do we have? We should have enough for this. That should have... Are they stuck again? We need to go figure out where that's stuck. I think I need to also figure out a way of unsticking them easily. Huh. None of them appear to be unstuck. No, we did a bucket, didn't we? So that's right. I think that's right, actually. Let's take that with us. And let's go. Okay, so this is going to be a chest just for healthstones, totems, and those. Alright, is that all my health crystals at the moment? It is. But we can now make loads. Right, let's just make sure we've got all the totems as well. None in there. None in there. None in there. That's all of these. One more. Pick that up. Let's go. Okay, so what we're doing is we're going to home base. That's going in there. Right. That's for sure. That's going in there. And that's going in there. Okay? Right, so next we need all the wooden spoons. Let me get out another shulker. Okay. That and that goes in there. That goes in there along with that. I think that will go in there once we take these out. Which means these now go in, well. How do I want to do this, Adam? Just think for a second. I think we're going to need several of these. Okay, just make sure that's not breaking either. That's not. That's perfect. I think that'll be enough for now. Yo, VA, good morning. How are you today? I went over the top there, didn't I? I need to go see what my dog's barking at. I didn't want boats. Right. We're listening for the piston. See, there's another reason never to go to the doctors. Don't have to fast for tests. Why is that not working? I know why that's not working. Because actually, we want an output of 13, not 14. Right? So, let's go and change that. Yo, hello there. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Where are we? We're over at this one. So what we're trying... We need this to be 13, not 14, I think. And that did something. It's a question of what did it do? It did all of that. Right. So let's take out 3 of those. Come back in here. We are putting these up in here. So we've got 1. In fact, we'll do them this way. 1, 2, and 3. That didn't break anything. Alright, so what happens if I go... There we go. Okay. Yeah, we're playing RLCraft on Bedrock. It's an add-on for Bedrock. So with these heart crystals here, every time you eat one of those, you get an extra heart added on to you, up to a limit, which I've already reached. So we can't actually use these anymore. Right, that's perfect. So now we can switch these around. And we can go like that, right? So now, whenever we either put in... It did 2. Why did it do 2? It shouldn't have done 2. Why did it do 2? It did 2. It shouldn't do 2. Okay, why is it doing a 2 pulse? Where have I done? What have I done wrong here? I am from the UK. Right, let's have a look. What are we doing wrong here? Let's drink some water before I dehydrate. Maybe we need to do this slightly different then. Maybe it's not enough. Well, let's have a look a second. So that should pulse down, pulse that through, and turn that off. Which is the same that I'm doing over here, right? So that shouldn't be 2 tick. So why is it coming out as 2 tick? Or is it because when we put something in here, how do I do this? Wrong side, Adam. I think we might need to put this down to 12 and play with the signal the other side. Let's leave that there for a second. Put that back in there. Right, let's have a look and see where we're at now. Still doing 2. If I die, in theory, it should save me. Although I don't even know how to... in theory, it doesn't always. because if you're up against a very strong boss or something like that, it can go off, but the boss could kill you, hit you again, which would actually kill you before it gets a chance to give you all your hearts back. Although I don't think I can die anymore. I'm so far into the, we're over 500 days into this world. We're so powerful now. I don't think we can die. Now we've got full-on red dragon armor. Yeah, we're too strong, really. But that's how the totems work in general. Wrong way. Let's keep going over here. Right, ideally, I need to figure out what strength we're running at here. Can I do that with you? If I put that there, would it tell me the signal strength? Well, I've just emptied everything, so that's not good. So we are running at 12. So that does cancel it out. One more is... I don't know why it's only releasing 2. Oh, well, let's put those 2 in there for now. Okay, that's too much. Let's put 1, 2. Right, let's put this back up to 14 and see where I'm going wrong here. Right, so that will now do a signal strength of 14. So we need to be over 14 for it to activate the piston. We have this one here. So we go bomb, 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 bomb. Right, and then... Why is it doing 2? We're dropping a tick somewhere, and I don't know where. We've got no repeaters in place. Is it this? No, that shouldn't affect it. Or does that add on? That might add on. That might add on 2 ticks. No, it shouldn't add on a tick. I'm so confused. Why is that adding on a tick? Where is this tick coming from? None of that should influence this. We've got that blocked off, so that doesn't hurt there. I'm so confused. Actually, I don't even think we need those. Yo! Welcome, welcome. How are you today? Good to see you. Right, so it does need, but we'll put, I think, rather than redstone, let's put a block over it, right? That might work better. I don't know. It is and it isn't. So this side's all working. This is working with stackable and non-stackables. Once that gets full up there, it will pass down into this row here. This is working with just the rings. I don't know why I've done that. I should just fill that all with sticks, with things. No, I can't because that's sharing a lectern. But this one at the moment is not working. Because when I do this, it's taking 2 instead of 1. And I don't know why. It's like there's a pulse extender somewhere that's causing it to pulse for an extra tick. But I've got no repeaters that would do that. So I'm only thinking, I don't think comparators should do that. I've got 2 comparators there. So we're doing 3 comparators. Will 3 comparators create an extra tick? Like a pulse extender? It shouldn't do. What have we got over here? This is using 2 comparators. This one is using 2 comparators. So is it because this is 3 comparators instead of 2? But that shouldn't, I'm sure that shouldn't cause a... Let's think a second then. If that was the case... Actually, we're using more than 3, aren't we? We're using 1, 2, we're using 4. We're over here, we're using 1, 2. 1, 2. Well, the whole point of the sorting system is copper golems, right? They will, if they find a match in a chest, so if they pick up a wooden shovel and they find a match, they will always put it in the first empty slot. So all I want is that slot to go, because next time they come in, they'll put it here and it won't trigger. So that's unlocking a hopper so that one thing goes through at a time down into the correct chest. If that makes sense. So over here, if it finds any of these, it will put it in that slot and then that will come down and filter down into the chests. Where in this one, if it finds any of these rings, it will put it in there. I hope that makes sense. So that's why it needs to only do one pulse. If it does 2 pulse, it allows 2 things through, it's broke. And I can't... is it really because of the 4 comparators instead of 2? It might be. What tick is a comparator? Let me look that up. How many ticks to a comparator? Yeah, it's because I've got too many. Okay, so we need, so I think 2 or 3 might be the most. Maybe that's the problem. So let's just think about this a second. I need this though to, if I put it there, would it work? Why can I not have it here? This is the wrong one. Right, it's this one here is the problem. So, and that's what the problem is I can't put a block here because it'll break it, which is why I've had to move the comparators over. Now, if I start it here, that will link up to that, and that will cause a problem, which is why I can't put a block here because it breaks it. So that's why I had to go back another one. So rather than doing it this way, what if we did something like what if we did something like I just did the wrong thing. No, I didn't do the wrong thing there. We want, break that a second. What if we did something like so that's one comparator to here. But then that's going to break my locking system there, isn't it? It doesn't have to, does it? No, it doesn't. We can re-engineer this. Right? The same way we can do a block into that block. But will that cause the piston to go anyway? We'll see. We'll figure that out in a second. So we've got 14 off of there. Why have we got 14 off of there? That should be 1 and 0, not 14. Why is this 14 now? Think, Adam, think. What's causing that to go 14? There must be... That's the problem. So we can't do it that way either, because that can now power that. Yeah, it works. So what I was trying to do, the way that I've got to do this, apparently, I was hoping not to, is I've got to do it the way I did it in my creative world. But that also means redesigning everything, and I didn't want to do that. I was trying to see if I can fit this in to work with how I've got all of the chests and everything set up without having to redo all of it. That's gonna cause problems. Yeah, I just emptied that out. That's the one we're working on. How did I do this before? I didn't. I broke it. Right, that can go. So let's just put this back a second. Okay. Which then means that you have to have your comparator here and here. Which then means I have to do that and that. That's the comparator reading that. Which turns that off. Yeah. That works. Okay, so that works, that bit. So now I've got to figure out how to reduce my ticks here. Glass won't pass the signal through, but it will allow that, and then that doesn't work. Maybe a slab? See, the problem I've got, right, is if I do this, which is... That now links up to that, which I don't want. So, I've got this here. Let's just see. If I do that, that still allows that to happen. Which is fine. Well, that wouldn't work anyway, would it? Can I... do it this way? No, I can't. That's not going to work, is it? It won't read it that way. Let me just think a second. If I put a trapdoor there, it might stop it, but then it will be going up and down and break that. Oh, I can't lower that, so that doesn't work. still links. And I take it, if I did something like this, well, that... Let's just try this a second. I just want to see what happens. That does 14 because that's there. What if we did... I need more redstone. Alright, hold on. Everything's a mess. I think I'm just going to have to rebuild the whole storage system on this side, which is what I was trying to avoid doing with playing around with this. I was trying to customize it on the fly, and I don't think that's going to work for me. Unless I can think of another way of doing this. It's not that I can't get this to work, like I say, but it just involves changing the whole of how this bit of the system works. Which isn't a huge issue, I suppose. Right, if we do that, the problem... No, wait, we want... Let's make sure I've got space for all of this. So that's taking from there, so that doesn't work. Everything's so tight. Am I powering that by doing that? Oh no, it's that I'm powering. Okay, that's fine. I didn't break anything yet. I found my axe, by the way, in case anyone was worried. Right, if I now put our book on there and go to... Let's just have a look and see if this even works. Right, that puts out a 14. Right, that's going to break, but... And that doesn't read from that, so that's not working. That's not doing the comparating thing. So that doesn't work. So if we lower this all down, that's our problem still. We're back at the initial problem of that linking to there. What can I put over this that will break one side but not the other? I don't think there is anything I can put over that, is there? So... And also I don't want to... 1, 2, 3. That shouldn't be coming off of there, but I don't know if that matters. Why is that 15? Oh, I'm so confused. I hate redstone. So that's still 14. So actually, hold on. Let's see if this... Can we do it this way, maybe? That's taking 1 out, right? So then we put this back the way it was. Or thereabouts. So we have redstone comparator. We've got rid of 1 comparator in this. We go up to 14 as well. Right, and just for fun, let's put that there. And put that on there. So that's now on a 0, right? So, in theory, if we now... let's get rid of this side a second. We've got to do this side. I think this might just about fix my issue. Right, so we now do piston. Why have I only got 1 piston? Where's my other pistons? It despawned. How annoying. So that's going there with that. So when that comes down... No, not there. That's something I've just learned, by the way. Filling this up doesn't actually empty a water source. So I can just have 1 water source and fill it up as much as I want. Which I'm quite pleased with. Right, so what we're actually doing here is... Where's my piston? Then we do that. Will that activate? No, it needs redstone on the top. Oh, yay. In fact, actually, it doesn't. What we can do, makes this even easier, is we put the piston there, with the redstone there, right? Then we lift this up to there, right. So now, when we come here and we put 1 more in, it still does 2. Why is it still doing 2? It can't... I could have sworn I used 3 comparators in... Or does it really... Okay, well, let's think about this a different way then. Hold on. Let's see if we can reduce it by 1 more comparator. No, that is 2 comparators. Why is this not working? This is the wrong side. That's right. Okay, so we've got 1 comparator, 2 comparator. We've got 3 comparators. But we have to have 3 comparators. That should work. We can't put redstone here because it will break that. So you have to have a comparator there or a block. We could switch those around again. But that would then be block comparator would be there and then block. So it'd be block comparator block. Block comparator, but then the block powers this, so that doesn't work. We've done all of this, Adam. You know that doesn't work. I'm sure this should work. I don't see why having 3 comparators in the line stops it. How many have I got over here? I can't get up this way anymore, can I? Right, so I've come over the wrong place again, like an idiot. So this one, we've got 1 comparator, 2 comparators. 1 comparators, 2 comparators. I swear, in my testing world, I used 3. Let's go check this out. Why do I have to... why am I so insistent? I'm so close, that's why. But I'm so insistent that I've got to sort this automatically. I'm so close. It's just getting it all to fit together. I will come up with a new version of this that works properly. It's just that I don't want to have to tear everything down to do it. Right, so we've got 1 comparator and then it's all redstone 2 comparators. It is 2's the maximum you can have. 1 comparator. I don't even know how I'm doing this. That's nothing to do with it. So it's this one. 1 comparator goes up to 2 comparators. So 2's the maximum. Oh, did you see the skating? You know the skating shooting one? I can't remember what it's called again. Where they do the cross-country skating and then have to stop and shoot the rifle. Yeah. Did you see? I think it was yesterday. I saw this on the news earlier this morning about some bloke that got bronze. I think biathlon. He admitted to cheating on his wife. I think at his ceremony speech or something, and then his wife's tweeting out and saying that she doesn't forgive him. He was trying to say, look, I've won bronze for you, but I'm sorry I cheated on you. It's crazy. I know. Right, see, I'm going to have to redo, so this is what I'm going to have to redo, this bit here. So this is... Okay. Alright, so we've just got to use this. We have to. So I just need to... Murderer! Let me see if I can find the news article about it. Hold on. I think it was Sky News I was watching this morning. Where's sports? Biathlon cheating. Why? Yeah, I don't know if you can see the BBC website in America, can you? Where's my... Right, that was supposed to be a step. So what we'll do is that, okay? And then I can take... did I... Yeah, that's the one I've just taken, so at least I know that. Let's do that. And that. Okay, that should be all the screenshots I need. So we are having to totally tear everything down and rebuild. I didn't know whether, because we... I know that you get BBC worldwide. I didn't know whether they have restrictions on, because we have to pay. We have to pay license fees. Everyone in this country, every household in this country has to have something called a BBC TV license, right? So we have to pay. It's like, I don't know, a couple of £100 a year or something to be allowed to watch live TV. And if we don't have that, we get fined and go to court and all this sort of thing. And that's how BBC gets funded. It's a stealth tax. So I didn't know whether they because I know that they'll restrict like iPlayer, which is the BBC where you can watch online, and they restrict that. So I didn't know if they would restrict the thing as well. Yeah, there would tax everywhere in this country. Everything's a stealth tax in this country. Right, let's get the images up so I can see what I'm doing. We're going to have to kill some... we're going to need to kill some golems, I'm afraid. So BA, look away. You're not going to like what I'm about to do. But that's crazy. Norwegian biathlete, however you pronounce his name, confesses on live television to cheating on his girlfriend moments after winning bronze in the Winter Olympics. The 20-year-old who won his first individual Olympic medal in the 20-kilometre individual biathlon admitted he had an affair 3 months ago and called it "my biggest mistake." Said it was the worst week of his life since he told his girlfriend of 6 months about the affair. "There's someone I want to share it with who might not be watching," he told Norway state broadcaster. "6 months ago, I met the love of my life, the most beautiful and kindest person in the world. 3 months ago, I made the biggest mistake and cheated on her. I had the gold medal in life, and I am sure there are many people who will see things differently, but I only have eyes for her." That's crazy. You go to the Winter Olympics, wins bronze, and use your interview with your state national TV broadcaster to admit to cheating. Oh, what an idiot. Right. Let's make sure we're on the right side here. It's this one we're going to redo. Oh, no, he fell. He tripped. I swear, I didn't hit him. He tripped. In fact, most athletes aren't exactly what I would call smart. Usually they've been hit in the head too much. Yeah, tripped. Okay, now where's my photos? So, of course, I've got to do this in reverse, so that doesn't help. Actually, I don't know why I did kill him. Hold on. That needs to move up one. Huh? If that moves up one... Let's just break you so you're not getting in my way. Come on, I should be able to jump that. Right, so we are having this. There. Which then means that that comes across like that. And if I can do this quick enough, which I doubt I can, so we're going to probably end up You're probably going to end up seeing another golem trip in a second. Nope, we're good. Okay, that goes like that. Okay, so that's that. Then we want a trapdoor like that, so you can't get into that. Why would you need a trapdoor there? You don't need a trapdoor there. You're fine. That can go like that. Right, I think that's actually all the change that I have to do. Right? Right. Did I pick the book up? I didn't, did I? Where did the book go? We don't want to lose that. That's too expensive to lose. What we can afford to do is that and that. Nope, they're different. Stone slab. Of course, that's just a stone slab. So let's just chuck the stone slab over there. I don't think we need it. Okay, so... just get rid of that a second. Right, next. And of course I've done it in blimmin' reverse. Right. Oh. Shoal. The first things first. We are going to remove that. I need wooden slabs rather than this. So we need wooden slabs. Let's pick that up. Let's go put some stuff away. Like that and these for now. We'll put one of you in there. The rest can just go in there for now till I figure out what I'm doing. Right. So, in that case, we've got a wooden slab there. So now, You shouldn't be able to get out. Is that where we want the wooden slab? But actually it's not, is it? It's there is the wooden slab, so that can go up like that. Then we want 2 more. Not you. Like that. Then we're going to want piston. Like that. And then redstone block. Right, let's get rid of this, this, and this. We'll figure... We'll figure that out in a second. It should be 3. 1, 2, 3. Why does that not look like it's aligned properly? So you've got... That goes into 1 block. So actually that's it. Actually. Bosh. Okay. That's it. So now we break some of these blocks so I can actually jump. Okay, and we want the comparator to now be here. With redstone, but that on minus. Let's not do that. That shouldn't be happening. That's annoying. Let's get this in place first. So now we come over here. We delete this, delete this, delete this, this. Right. And we go 1, 2, redstone, comparator, lectern, book. Term booked, page 28. That should output full... Wait, why is that of 31? I might have mucked up. Well, that's fine. I hope. We might need... That might have been the issue all along. If it is, I'm going to cry. But we've done it now, so... now, if we put that there, it should be 0. Perfect. Right, now... We're going to have to redo this as well. That stays as it is. Whoo! That was close. I think I might have to kill you. That's the wrong way, but that'll do for now. We can fix that in a minute. Let's now put redstone there. Okay, that's fine. Then we put redstone there with redstone there with comparator there like that, and now we jump down here, we do that. Why have I got two of these on me? Have I broken one somewhere else that I shouldn't have? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's correct. I know where it's from. It's from the locking mechanism, right? Right. That should now work. But we need to fix this, which means I'm going to have to kill you. I think. That's fine that way. Have we got? We do have. That goes into there. I mean, ideally I want that to be a double, but that's fine for this second. I think I'm doing this wrong anyway. How have I done this? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Well, I don't know if we can do this or not. It's all because I've got it in the wrong place. Where's my top image? There. So we're going to have that there. That's going to be there, but then how do you have a comparator coming off of it? You don't. You have a comparator coming off the side, Adam. So that goes there with a comparator. Is that right? But it needs to go into a block. I might need to figure this out in a minute. Just bear with me a second, I'm just thinking how we want to do this. Oh, 302 subs, I missed it. Thank you for whoever subbed. Much appreciated. In fact, I'm going to go get a drink. I will be back in 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. I think I've realised a mistake. With my design here. Yeah. Right, so this works. Now, will this work next to it? I think it will, because it's higher up, apart from that. So obviously if we've got a redstone there, that will power that. So that's where the problem is. So this needs to go back one more, which we can do. We can take it back as much as we want. That doesn't matter as long as we're only using 2 comparators. So in fact, where my mistake is here, when I designed this, it's designed for 3 slices. But I knew that the middle slice can't be a non-stackable slice. So when I came and planned this, we've got... This needs to be non-stackables. And then that needs to be non-stackables. So that's 2 non-stackables next to each other. Right? So that's why I'm thinking what I need to do to have two different versions, this version and this version, and pull this back a bit. Now, why can't I just use this version for all of it? Because of that. That's why I have to have two versions, a lower down version and higher up version. I think. Hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to envisage this. Yeah, you can't, because these would be touching and that would be the problem. You'd have to have, all of these would have to be the same signal strength. Which is 14. But that signal strength is 9. Because we've got more non-stackables. But we could make everything 9. In fact, we could probably even bring that down further, couldn't we? The problem with trying to match them in signal strength is it all goes horribly wrong, doesn't it? Let me just think of something. Let me just think for a minute. Not that. Right, so that one is a full stack minus that would be 14. I don't know why I'm doing this. This is not going to make a difference. So that's 14 apiece. But doing that's not going to make it 15. And that's the problem, isn't it? So that's why you're going to have that's 14. Hold on, let me just do... Wait, what am I doing? Oh, I've gone into the wrong world. I'm having a brain freeze at the moment. You're not even on screen, Adam. Sorry about that, everybody. Okay. Let's go back into the hardcore world and figure out what I'm doing now. Because I'm lost with what I'm doing. Yo, all sorts of things. Hello, how you doing? Happy Wednesday to you. I've nearly got my head around this. And I think I know what I'm going to do. It's just... I need to keep them in the slices of 3. Pretty much got it now, I think. I just need to figure out the other side. Okay. So we'll figure out how many non-stackable slices I need. And we'll change it all around. I think. No, hold on, this doesn't work. Maybe I can only have one non-stackable in a slice of 3. My blimming trinkets run out again. That was fresh this morning. So that's lasted 2 hours. Okay. Now we can't, because of the way this is, we've got the same problem. We can't have this slice. So if we move that up, that would be the problem. Right? But what if we had block there, comparator, block. The problem I've got at the moment is this is too bespoke. I want it to be more standardized. And this is far too bespoke. I need it to fit in the 3. So this should be here. It should be 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That screws up everything in general anyway. Right, so we are going back to the testing world. I want to get this right. Okay, I know what I'm doing now. I've just got to figure out the best way to do it. And we've got to make everything signal. If I make everything signal strength 14, that sorts the problem. Hold on. The bosses in Overmob add-on suits very well in RL. Oh, really? I'll have to have a look into that. I haven't seen it. I was thinking earlier today, I'm going to do it. I figured out what I'm going to, the next thing we're going to do, which is actually a challenge. So once I've got this finished, I want to start a new RLCraft world, not in hardcore, just in normal. And we're going to see how long it can take me to get to level 50. That's the game. I want to try and do it within a couple of hours. We're going to have a timer up and everything. Right, so if we make everything, bear with me on this one. So if we make everything match this, okay? So this allows us, in theory, to have 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14... Well, it allows a lot, actually, isn't it? 9, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30... Hold on, that's not right. That should be 1, which I'm guessing means there's a problem there. That's stone slabs. That's not right. Just noticed that's not working properly. Let's put that there for a second. Right, so that's now working properly. We've now got a stone slab stuck in there, but that's fine. So, in theory... That's 30, 39, 40. In theory, this allows for 45, is it? 30, 39, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It allows for 45 non-stackables. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 18, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34 stackables. Non-stackables. 45 stackables and 34 non-stackables. Is that right? I mean, I don't think I'll ever need any more than that, right? So why don't we just make everything... Why don't we make that? That's the standard. Then that way you never have the problem with redstone. Ever. Because it'll always match. Right? Which then means... Can I now... Okay, this is getting interesting. Can I now build... a totally non-stackable by a stackable section? Okay. We're going back into the testing world. We're starting from scratch. We might be building a whole new system here, so bear with me. We're going to start it over here, look. I still wish this worked. This was such a good system. Right. We'll say this is... Is that the right thing? Yeah. Right, so that's correct. Right, let's do clear. Actually, I shouldn't have done clear. Never mind. We'll do... Right, so that's 6. Those are going to be the 2 slices, right? So we put 1 in there, 1 in there. Right, so next we need copper blocks, and we need that. Right, we're going to build this all out of copper as always. Let me just think here. That's the back, so what we'll be looking at is something like this, I think. Oh. No, that's wrong. And I've broken that as well. Oh, yay. This is going so well, Adam. Let's just clear everything again. Let's take... Stop doing that, Adam. I'm rushing and I shouldn't. There's no need to rush. I'm not even sure if we're going to do that, but... That's the bare minimum that we're going to need. So we take that. We do that. Let's just do this for funsies. That's the wrong one, so we don't want to do that for funsies. I've mucked it all up again, haven't I? Is that how I want it? Effectively, no. Right? Yes. I think. Why am I finding this so difficult? There's too many ways to do it. Let me just get all set up and then I can do this properly. Right, now this should mean that all of these will output 14, which is what I'm going for right this second. They all output 14. Perfect. Now, if we do... Right, and then we did... That should all be 13. Then we come across... Right, so we do comparator, 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 comparator. We have block, 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 block. Let's go get you. And we put you guys there. Turn you to page 28. And turn you to page 28. That one. Right, and we have comparator and comparator. We do that, 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 and that. And we do that and that. Then we have 0, 0, 0, 0. Which is perfect. So in fact, what we'll do here, and I'm hoping these two don't let's get a sticky piston, and let's get a redstone. Right, so really we want you there, and there, and there. Now what happens if I do this? Nothing. Good. Now what happens if I put one in there? We need another sword. That'll do. We put one sword in there. That should have... That needs to be 26. And it only does the one. Right? So if we now put one, say, in here, it should do that one. Why is it not? 15, 14, 15. Did I go the wrong way here? I did. Now it should do it. Perfect. So we take that one out. That works. Take that one out. That works. If we put one in here and one in here, they both go down. Now the problem I've got that we need to think about here is we need to run redstone into that block, right? Now the problem is that's going to run too much. That's going to be too high. That's the issue. That's why we can't stack these. Because when that comes down, it's going to make that... Of course it does that. I forget it would do that. Let's just break that for a second so that doesn't happen. So 15, 14, 13. So the problem is, if I put one here, it's also going to turn... Surely. Huh? Right, which means I've got to use a repeater, which isn't going to work. and it's going to do 2 because of that. So that's frustrating. So what if could we that should lock it, right? That locks it. But we can't run it into, well, we can. That doesn't matter. So now we could do something like that, which then means we're actually running this into that block. I'm just thinking, hold on. I mean, we could bring this back one without an issue. Which means we would need to run that like that. That doesn't work though, does it? Because that's the block we're powering, and that's the block that we'll need to read off. And that block's powering it. Ah. So now we want to bring power into that one. And that brings us back to the same problem. What happens if will that power that? I'm guessing it will. Yeah. Thinking. So it's just how to lock different hoppers, isn't it, at this point? We would have to power that block. What if we powered that block? Does that power that block? Or is that now emptying out? No, that block is... Wait, is that block powered? And if so, how? It's not. We need to power it though. So if we do that... So that does power it. Okay, so we've got that as an option. Maybe. The only problem is we need to read off of a different... Damn, this is getting difficult. Well, that'll be 14, so that won't cause a problem. That will be 13, as that is. Now, if I did that, I can't get it up to there, so that doesn't help. And we can't bring it down. Or we could, I suppose. Why can we not bring it down to here and do comparator into that was stupid. We needed a comparator there, Adam. Alright. Just having an idea. Nope. This is so stupid. Now, having a redstone here is going to... Oh, it doesn't. Okay. But... That does. Well, that's not going to be that, is it? That's going to be that, right? Hold on, we're getting somewhere. So now we do that. let's just make sure that won't power that. So you have that there, and you would run that to there, which would lock the hopper. Right? So now we need redstone, and we need to turn that to page 13. So page... Right, that's 15, that's 14, that's 13. So that's down. So in theory, that's not locked. That's not locked. And they're all going to be hoppers coming down here. So that would lock the hopper anyway, wouldn't it? Ah! So that doesn't lock it. Interesting. I thought that would lock the hopper. I wonder if that was a target block or something, whether it would. Let's do that. Nope, so that doesn't. What if it was a note block? Note block's only going to do a pulse. Target block's probably only going to do a pulse. A bulb? Redstone lamp. I'm so annoyed. Why is this not working? That will lock it, right? Yeah. So what? How do we turn that off? There's a redstone torch. And then we... effectively would have to do that. But we want that on, not off. So we want... Right, so we want it like that. That should now be locked. And then if we opened that, oh, of course. It's not turning back on because it's on the minus. Right, just break that a second while I think this through. So that's on. So when it goes up, that shouldn't be on. So that's off. Which means actually what we would have to do, and this is just getting stupid now, is we would have to do that, right? Then that, for this to work, right, too slow. It's too slow. Because of the redstone torch, it's too slow. So that doesn't work anyway. So let's think about this a different way. Ah! Also, that's going to power that. So that's no good anyway. But what we would do is, and that would power it as well, wouldn't it? Yeah, that would power it as well. I just don't think I can have those next to each other. Which is fine. So we go back to the original plan. Right. Which is, we've got that all working. We have that be like that, which should only be so that does change. That's fine. So let's get rid of that and that for a second. So that should be 0 then. That's perfect. So then we can do with a repeater and put you on that. Do that and that. So that's it. We get rid of this, right? I don't think we need this. That's coming down. Maybe we do need that. Right, but this is the problem still. That when I don't think we need that one done, and I don't think we need that one done. When we do this and this, they're gonna all light up, and that's gonna cause a problem. Ah! Which means when we put 15 in there, why did that not? One goes down, but it lights all of them. That's my problem right this second. And the only way to fix that it's making very little sense to me, but I feel like I'm getting somewhere. I'm just thinking here, can I do the same thing here? I don't think I can because it adds another pulse in, doesn't it? So this won't light if we do it like that. Oh no, but this is a fresh signal. This should be a fresh signal. Thinking. I really need that there, so I need to push this back one. Can I push it back one? I would have to do that. Will so we do a comparator. Right. We do that. We do a comparator. We need to block that. That's fine. And then we do that. And then we ideally is that going to work? Hold on, let me just think a second. So let's just say that was a comparator as well. That's still not going to work. Or will it? So, I mean, really what I'm trying to do here is see if I can control what comes out here. So that's 0. If I do that, what happens? It goes to 15. And what if I do that? That goes to 0. That's not what we want. I don't think I can. Or can I? That was at 35. That's still going to be 15, 15. You can't put out more than 15, Adam. So that's no good. I can't bring that down to be a 3, which is what I was trying to do here. And if I go like that, I'll just go to 0, I think. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference. Hmm. An observer's going to do 2 ticks. Well, that's no good. Right, how do we get now from here to just enough power down here, which would be... If this was outputting 3 redstone... 1, 2, 3... And then we did that. That would be 1 right there, you see, and it doesn't trigger. So we need to put out 3 or 4 redstone to like here. And this is obviously 15. So to do that, can we use a lectern for that? Can we push a lectern? One more. All right. That's what we want. It's how do we activate? Can we push a lectern? I don't think we can. Okay. It's just getting so stupid though. I don't think one pulse is going to be enough. Right. So, hold on. That puts out 1. So we can do 1. That will do... that, which will do that. Is that... This is so ridiculous. I can't do slime because that will do both. This can all go. Oh, this is so stupid. Oh, stop. Right. That didn't do anything. Why did that not do anything? Is that not... Because that's still the problem. And then it's going to do 2. Because of the tick situation. That's funny, though. Alright. 1, 2. Yeah, it's too slow. Needs to be instant. Okay, let's keep going. Okay. Oh, this is getting so stupid. Oh, is that going to cause a problem? Nope, that shouldn't. There's no book on it. Why is there no book on it? I'm using the wrong one, probably. There's the book. Okay, now we're going down to that. Why is that not working? Because it needs to be updated. It's not working because let's empty out. Right, well, let's put a chest down. Should have cleared the chest first. Why is it not? Clear. Let's get a hopper. Close that. Right. That works for... Oh, this is getting so stupid. What this now means is it's tileable. Maybe. But what happens if we had stackable stuff? That wouldn't work. Because it's a pulse. I'm trying to think how many we needed. It was 45, right? It was... What are we putting out here? 13. We should be putting out more than that. Why is this not working? What am I doing wrong here? I don't think this is going to work the way that I want it to. I don't know why this isn't going up to 14. There it is. It's gone up to 14. So what happens if I take one out? Ah. I don't know why is this not working the way I'm expecting it to? Right. That should be 14. So how many do we need to take out to get to 13? Right, does that take us back up to 14? It does. So if we did that. And if we did one more, it wouldn't take us to 15. None of this would take us to 15. That would, but that wouldn't. And that wouldn't. So this will only work. Oh no, but I can change that. That's why. It's because we want to change. We don't want it on 15 eventually. Okay, so let's think about this then. That now works for just non-stackables. That's crazy. But it's not going to work because it's not going to hold it down, is it? It's just going to be a pulse. So that's not going to work for anything other than non-stackables. Oh. So realistically, to make this work, I think what I need to do and I don't know if this is going to work. No, it's not, because that then powers it, which is the problem. So actually, we want this powered and we want this to turn off the power, right? Rather than to power it directly. Okay, so let's think about this a different way. Is that right? If I had that down the whole time, that would be off. This is so confusing. So that wouldn't work. So this block doesn't get powered, does it? This block isn't powered. Or is it? No, it's not that block that's powered. The power comes out of that. But if we had a block like that, and then powered a block, what happens then? That doesn't get any power. That's because it's not outputting any power at the moment, Adam. What you need to do is make that 15. Then it's putting out 1. Because the block's powered, that's powered. Right, okay, hold on. So then what you would do is have that that like that. That's it. That's it. That's how we do it. Okay. Block, redstone, 1413. Do that. We have a block going into it and a block down there with redstone on it. That's on 0. Now, if we fill this back up, clear. That should then trigger it. It's not triggering it. Why is it not triggering it? That should now be 15. It's not triggering it because I put the stupid thing the wrong way round. That should now trigger it. Was it enough just for 1? No, it's not. It's too many again. Why? Why? And why is that? And we do that. I don't understand. Is it because... Okay, that's what happens. Okay. Alright, so we put 1 in. It's not quick enough. It's not quick enough, Adam. Oh, I thought I was so close. Why is it not quick enough? Why is this quick enough, but that's not? Because of the extra comparator. It has to be. And we can't take a signal directly out of it, can we? Has to go through a comparator. Okay. How do we one-tick a piston? With a repeat, with a thing, but I want it. That's no good. Still don't know. It's got to be the comparators the problem. Show. If that's rings, it's not a problem. What else have I got? That's no. I don't want to do it like that though. I don't think that's going to make a difference, but let's just try it out of desperation. It's too slow. Too slow, Adam. Too slow. They're all now on 13. Too slow. This is too slow. I need this to go quicker. Which is fine when it's multiple items, but when it's not. I still can't get over that's as far as my doing something like that's ridiculous. It really is. Is there another way of reading? Why can't this output without? Why can't it just output without being a tick or without that? Okay, let's think about what else we could do then. So if we've got that like that, that's the problem. It has to be. We can't do it. It has to be something there. And is that the... So we need to one tick it. But one ticking it's no good if you're putting in... Right, so that's 15. What happens? That happens. That's how it's supposed to work, right? So if we take that out, that should come back up. So instead of this, what if we had an observer? I've got to go feed the dog. Right. Now the problem is, when I put one in there, it's just going to pulse it, isn't it? Didn't even pulse it. Yeah, it's just pulsing it, which is no good. It would only be non-stackables. Right, I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to go feed the dog. And I'm going to think. Okay, we back. Be back on screen this time. And let's think now. I don't think it's possible without having a gap, because I can only use 2. Either that or it's only going to be non-stackables. It's not going to be both. Which is very frustrating. So let's think. What else could we do here? This must work. Why would this not work? As long as... Right, hold on. As long as we can control the signal strength here, and we make that signal... That's because, again, we have to use a... That's only signal strength 1 is coming out of it. So... And then it would be a comparator again to read a signal strength. That's why. I mean, without literally doing something really silly, like making these lines 15 long. I'm going to need a bigger mountain. I think we're going to have to go back to the original plan then. But then the problem is that, see, this is all because, not that it's a huge issue, it's just going to be a mess back there. I was trying to keep it tidy. So I'm going to have to, like, if we were to say this slice here, that and that was non-stackables, but then that and that's non-stackables. But these are all made in a way of 3 chests each, right? So it'll be only 1 here would be non-stackable. But then, right, so non-stackable, 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 it's an absolute mess. It basically turns into non-stackable. And then that changes all the redstone at the back here. It's like everything gets changed and it becomes a right mess. I was trying to figure out a way that we could do it in a slice of 3 without going too stupid. So, I mean, we could do it in a slice of 6, I suppose, without going too stupid. Excuse me. Right, so that's the first bit. So the second bit would then come down and it would be Um, that, get rid of that. Why is that reading? Why is that reading? Oh, and that's reading because of that. That's fine. That makes sense. Right, so that would be that. That would be the same as this. So we would do... Now we need... Oh, can I do it that way? I don't know what happens if you have two going into it. We don't need that. That's gone. That goes there. That goes on like that. That goes like that. And I think we've already got that. And we put that. That should be... Why is that doing that? Okay, good luck at your doctor's appointment. Thanks for sticking around. I'll probably see you tomorrow. Take care, VA. Pleasure as always. Hopefully I'll have this all sorted by then. Right, 14, 14, 14. That, why is that not reading off of that? I'm so confused. What have I done wrong? That's what I've done wrong. I think it should be like that. So then you do that, it does that. That will hopefully drop one out. Okay. That's effectively it. The only other thing I want to figure out is if that goes down to 12... is if we took a load of these. Right, that's 14, 13, 12. So we want that to be 13, really. So that's 13. Right, how many more can we take out before it goes to 12? Right, that's 12. So that's 13. Although I think it was 9 we want to probably go to. Hold on. Right, let's say we went to 45. And that's at 13. We put one more in. 12. Why is this so difficult for me to figure out? Nine. Right, so it's 29. It's not actually, it's 20. Right, so that would do that. Why did it take one automatically? It shouldn't have done. Right. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, that works. I don't know how this one's going to work. Let's have a look. Does it work? It does. I'm guessing it's just taking the higher number. But we could make them all the same, right? So to make them all the same, we need let me just stick those all in there for a second and then clear. Right, and then we take that amount out. Yep. We do 27. Right, and then we do the same here. 24, 25, 26, 27. We do that, right? And we clear. And we change this to be on page 15. And if we keep this the same all the way through, that should mean that if we put one extra item in, that should have done something. It didn't because of that. So we'll put that in there. That should have dropped to only one. Perfect. If we put that in, oh, that's already done, but that's for different reasons. That should now be fixed. We'll take that. We'll also take a load of those. So we'll take that out, put that in, okay? Now we do that. That should just do the one. That should just do the one. So that now will do a decent amount of extra sorting. And then this should now still work if we take that, put that there. None of that should interfere. If we put you, we need blocks. So we'll take 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this would be, although it could do 3, hold on. Let's see if I'm right on this. I think we can go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. Have we got... So now if we put... Ah, that's not working the way that I thought it would. Why is that? Why is that? Why is... Because I didn't have a torch there, Adam. Right. Out of interest, what happens if I do this? Now that's interesting. Okay. That's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and we just do... Oh, hold on. I've done that wrong. No, that's right. That's right. That's right. So what have we got here? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and we need a third. which would be let's take you. Yep, and let's take you. Perfect. But we need you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's stackable now. Oh, okay. I think that's the final version. That does mean, at most, that's the most I think we can do. I've got a feeling that'll be alright. I think that'll be alright. We might need more. Now, out of interest, what happens if I did turn this to there, and then we come down here and we did that? It breaks it, because they've got to match. Where if I come here now and do... Okay, hold on. I'm being silly. $14. There we go. So, if I now do this, that doesn't work. That's fine. Does this one work? No. And that's because they're getting confused. Yes. Okay. That makes sense. So you just need all these numbers to match, really, don't you? Is that going to be enough? 2 and 2. I don't think it is, actually. I think we're going to need more on the hardcore world. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Right. Let's have a look and see how I'm going to do this now. And also how many I need. Okay. So this is where it's all going. So we've got This is what I'm worried about. Yeah, see, we need more. We need more room than that. So we'll just split it up into two, but I prefer them to be next to each other. How do I do this with this one? Well, we'll change. We'll put arrows and stuff in another one, maybe? Where would we put arrows and what would we put with it? We just do it like this instead, right? We'll do 27. So let's switch it up. Yeah, let's just switch it up. We don't need... Although, there's more to go in there, isn't there? Let me just have a look at something. Right, if that's going to be 14, 13, so 13, that would be, so let's put it to 12. Eight. No, we're going that wrong way, Adam. Right, 12. Perfect. So that now allows us... Oh, you idiot, Adam. Right. We want, if that's 12, we want that to be 13. Can we not get to 13? Oh, hold on. So we want that to go to 14. It's going to be worse than I thought. We'll let that go through until it... There we go. So, how many does that allow? Bam. Ah, not enough. And let's go down to down to 11 and see where that gets us. It's all about the weapons here. Right, I think that will do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean 7 at a push. So that would all be arrows and the rest would all be weapons. But that's broken that, right? No, that one still works. Because that's 8 to both of those. It's this one that will be broken. So for that to be fixed now, I guess we got to do that. And 12, right? We need 3 more. Right, now let's see if this works. No, that still doesn't work. 12, 11, 11. Why is that not working? That worked. Ooh, okay, hold on. Is that different? No, that's my fault, my bad. So that should do 1. Perfect. And then this works. Okay, so this could control as long as that's under... Yeah, that works. Okay, I'm pleased with that. That will do. And we've got this, which then does... Or it also does those 3. So now I just got to figure out how many of these slices I need, what I'm doing, considering that 3 of those can go in there. So actually, the totems and the health crystals can be a normal one. So it's mainly just weapons and trinkets, that can go in there. I might only need 2 slices after all of this. Right, I need to end stream now. I've just realised what the time is. It's been going 4 hours. I've got to go get stuff ready for my evening. I've got family coming over, so I need to go and sort that out. Other than that, thank you ever so much for everybody watching. I hope you've all enjoyed the stream. If it's your first time watching, please make sure you hit the subscribe button. That way you'll get notified when I'm next live, which will be at some point tomorrow. And you can carry on seeing how this all turns out. Other than that, like I say, thank you everybody for stopping by. I hope you have enjoyed it. Make sure you hit that like button or follow if you're on Kick or Twitch. It really does help out the algorithm, so it'll be doing me a big favour. And I'll hopefully see you all tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Have a good evening.